Good morning, DLs. Good to see you. At least your names. We had a little bit of a. Oh, excuse me, I got something on my mask or something. We, just a minute. Talking to the DLs. Shh. We had a little bit of a discussion before I pulled you online, so that's why we were in a little bit of a delay. Okay? But we are live now, ready to go. So good to see you. Let's have a word of prayer. Let's have a word of prayer, and then we'll get started. I'll get the TVs going and get the notes up. Okay? Okay. Shh. Let's pray. Father, thank you for today. Another day, another beautiful day. And Lord, thank you for your control over everything. Help us just to put our faith into that control and put our faith into you to take care of our situations, whether small or great. And we know that all things will work for the good through you. And so help us just to rely upon that strength today. Bless us now in our classes. Thank you for what you've done, what you're going to do in our lives. In thy precious name, amen. Okay, we're at chapter 12. Doug, what was your question before I...
This is a very important question.
Uh-huh.
Grinch mask ever come in the mail?
Nope. I canceled it.
Oh.
Because there was no reason. I wasn't going to buy a mask now and wait till next year when we don't have to wear masks to wear it. And I'm saying that hopefully. Okay. Okay, so we are on the shared responsibilities. Let me get down to that. Okay, looks like we're up. Looks like we're going. Looks like the mic's up. I may be pulling this over and sitting down. I've just not had, last couple days have not been good for my shoulders and chest, so I'm going to just try to take it easy if I can. But let me find out where we're at here, okay? Shared duties. It's coming up. There's wives. They're there. Shared duties. I don't think we've started these yet. Okay? Okay. And here we go. I'm going to sit down. Okay. I can see from my screen. So I won't. DLs. I'll turn the camera so you can see me, I guess. Yeah, you can see me. Good enough. Okay, I'll throw that note away. Anyway, okay, make sure that you're getting your missing work done. This Friday we have a verse quiz, Proverbs 13:20, and last night's homework was lesson 11 quiz worksheet. Those that I have are right here. I will name them off. If I don't call your name, I don't have it. And if I had candy, I'd give it to you. Derek, Andrew, Gabby, Doug, Lilina, Avery, Jaden, and Amethyst. Lesson 11 worksheet. If I didn't call your name, you need to get it in. Okay? And we are right on the verge of birthday cards coming out. Okay? It's just taken me a long time to get these going this year, so I apologize. So I will be doing backtrack, getting caught up where we need to be. Andrew, can you heat it up? No, not right now. Okay, shared responsibilities. Turn this on. Proverbs 4:1. Hear ye children the instructions of a father, and attend to the knowledge to know not understanding. Proverbs 6:20. My son, keep thy father's commandments and forsake not the law of thy mother. In some areas, both parents are equally, okay, that should be equal, are equal in their responsibilities. What responsibilities is given to both parents? What do you think? Okay, to maintain the household in order, even though we've talked about that it's more of the woman's according to what we've talked about, okay? Um, Responsibility to maintain the house, home, but it is a shared responsibility. Isaac? Being examples for the children, good, good. And I'm repeating things because I'm not sure how much the DLs hear you guys. Okay. Any others? What are the last question here? What responsibility is given to both parents? Discipline can be. Okay, to provide. Okay. Now let me ask a question to get off on not a sidetrack, but it pertains to this. Shh, hey, why does one parent push the discipline off onto the other?
One of them doesn't want to, like, some of them are like, they have to want me the favor. Yeah. Low key.
Okay. Okay. Huh? It is true. Some parents don't like to discipline because they don't want to be the bad parent. Okay? And a lot of times, the parent that is home, okay, let me say it that way, because it's either one sometimes. The parent that is home says, wait till your mother or father gets home. Okay? Huh? That's scary for you?
That's how
Okay.
y'all gonna die.
Okay?
The La Llorona's gonna get you.
Wait till
The La Llorona's gonna get you.
your dad or mom and I have a conversation. Okay?
Gosh, that's even worse.
Huh?
When it's a joint effort, it's even worse.
Okay.
Your whole family.
So that was some good examples. So here's what I got in the book. Basically, hey, 10th grade. Everything you said, okay? Everything you said, Isaac, Adrian, deals with this answer, to instruct. Okay? To instruct them in various ways, various things. Instructing students or children to take care of their finances. Okay? Instructing them on the ways of life. Instructing them on the proper procedures of how to deal with things. How to handle a work situation. How to handle just being at work. Responsibilities there. Instilling in you, hey guys, instilling in you work ethics. Okay? Everything you said was great answers. But it all comes into this nutshell of to instruct. Proverbs 31:28 says, her children rise up and call her blessed. Her husband also, and he praiseth her. What is a husband to do for his wife? Praise her. Okay? We talked about that the other day with the husband's responsibility. But this is a shared one. The wife should praise the husband also. Okay? It's a mutual situation. And it's not like, oh, honey, you did it. You did a great thing. Honey, you did a great thing. No, you did a great thing today. No, you did it better. No, you did it better. I know I did better, but you did better too. You know, it's not that type of a mutual. It's a mutual respect for each other. Huh? What? Okay, Proverbs 31:12.
I swear.
She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. Shh. Hey, guys, come on. Here's the question. What does the wife in turn do for the husband? Good, not evil to him. Again, shh, Ricky. Okay, got my checklist. Again, it comes under the praise. Letting them know you appreciate them. Okay? Let's jump ships a little bit here. Have you, Adrian, pins out, pins clicked, pins ready to write. Last warning. Have you ever told your parents you appreciated them? Have you ever told your parents that you appreciate them? Okay, good, good. And I wasn't looking for an answer, but I'm glad some of you did. That's fine. That's good. Because I don't know your home situations. Okay, I don't know what goes on, and I don't want to know necessarily unless it's influencing you here at school. But listen, you should, Doug. You should let your parents know that. Okay? They understand that, or they should, but it's always nice to hear it. Okay? And it's always nice. And so, even from a school's perspective, a classroom, okay? Been trying to say I appreciate what you did. Okay? Just to let you know, because you want to hear that. The husband and the wife share the responsibility of living their lives for each other. And get this, not for you. Even though their lives are centered around you, their children, they should be living them for them. Shh, hey, Gabby, that's one. Their responsibility is to each other. And then mutually, that responsibility flows out to you. Okay? But now, let's look at this. What is a mom's greatest problem?
The child.
Huh?
Yes. The child.
The child? So you are your mom's greatest problem?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see what it says here. Okay? Let's see what it is. Ephesians 5:31. For this cause shall a man leave his father, hey, and mother, and shall be joined unto his wife, and they two shall be one flesh. Here's what you got. When it comes to the point, Ricky, that's one. When it comes to the point of you seriously getting interested in someone else, and then taking that step of marriage, okay? Nowadays, it's a little different in this case. Sometimes it's so expensive to get a house or to get a home or wherever that couples move in with their parents, okay? That should not be a lifelong situation, okay? But what the problem comes in is that the moms and dads, both sides, like to dictate what that couple does. The Bible says when you get married, you are leaving your house. You are leaving your parents. They're still your parents, but you're leaving them so that you can join with your wife or husband and be one flesh there, one couple. Okay? That's what that verse says. So, let's fill in these blanks. Man is to leave his and be joined to. Man is to leave his parents and be joined to his wife, and they shall be one flesh. You getting it? Shh. Letter B. Or the next question. Letter B. Ephesians 5:31. For this cause shall a man leave his father. Okay, we read that verse. Yeah. Shall leave his and be joined unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. It's the same verse.
True.
Okay. Oh, you're answering the question. Oh, I thought you were telling me that was the wrong verse. Sorry. Are parents and children bound together for life as one flesh? Technically, what do you mean? Yeah, what are you guys talking about? Yes. Is that what you're saying?
It's a yes. 100% yes. It's true.
The answer, the technical answer is no.
That's 100%
Okay?
false.
Because you are to leave your parents. You are part of them still. Gabby, 2. Doug, 2. You are still part of them. You are one flesh now because you got married to this individual. Okay? And so you're to leave them and cleave to them, to that person. Leave and cleave. Okay? So are parents and children bound together for life? No. You are still part of them, but you're not bound to them for life. The mother's greatest problem, she finds something other than her husband's to cleave to. Okay? Not necessarily. Like these. The object is her children or child. So she pays more attention to the children than she does the spouse. This and again, as we're going through this, guys, even though we're in the category, even though we're talking about the mother, it applies to the father also, because it's a mutual situation. Shh, Adrian. This reveals her unwillingness to allow her children to leave home. And a lot of parents are that way. No, you can't leave home. You can't even move out of the state because this is your home. Okay? Well, what they're doing is they're putting themselves at God's level. Okay? Because if God's calling you and your spouse to another state for whatever reason, you got to let them go. Parents have got to let their children go, as long as they know. Okay, quiet. Her responsibility from the day her children are born is to prepare them to leave. Okay, parents have got to prepare their children to leave, and there's one day that you guys are going to leave. Your parents should be, Adrian, 1. Your parents, I hope, are preparing you to leave. We prepared our kids to leave. My mom and dad prepared me to leave, and I left the summer after graduation. Okay? And then I went to college. But I would have stayed home if the situation didn't have come up that allowed me to go to a different city to work in the same state. But it was a situation. It was God's purpose. Okay? College prepares you to do it. She is her husband's flesh because they become one flesh. Okay? She belongs to him, not to her children. She's there for her children, but she's not theirs. She is his. Okay? If the mother is the clinging type, try to understand the struggle she's undergoing. Shh. Okay? Try to understand where your mom's coming from if she's the clinging type. She doesn't want you to go. She wants things to stay as they are. Okay? And it's hard for parents to let go. It is. But listen, but when you get it to the understanding of that's what God wants them to do, then that's what God wants them to do. Okay? Let's stop there today. Okay? And we'll pick this up. DLs, good to see you again. Again, sorry for any confusion that we've got going on. And we'll get things organized, whatever. But, okay. Tune in tomorrow for responsibilities. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Hey, distant learners, we're taking our reading quiz right now, so just hang on for a second, and then we'll have a lecture today. But we're taking our quiz right now. So Isaac, can you put your phone away? If I see it out again, it's mine. Yes. Hang on. Yes, because that's mostly what I'm looking for. But let me look. No, it's fine.
Oh shoot.
Number one, we went over in class yesterday in our notes. There are two kinds, the two terms that we went over. There are three kinds of this one.
Two terms?
The number one.
Yeah, number one isn't two terms, right?
So listen when I'm explaining, okay? Yes, you can. Okay? So we went over two terms yesterday in class. The first term had three kinds of whatever underneath. The answer to this one was the second one that we went over. Okay? So sometimes the first term that we went over is included in this kind of writing. Thank you. Okay, so then I'll give you the answer, well, not the answer, but it's not irony.
Wait, it's right there. Yeah.
Okay?
Oh.
It's not the same thing, but it's either one of those.
Oh?
I just said it's not irony. Okay, irony can be used, no. Irony or ironic situations can be used in this kind of writing. Okay, 4 minutes. It's either one of those. And I just told you it's not irony. So. Oops.
Hey, so a lot of people are the same thing, but I don't know. I felt like I should put a slash and clarify what I was saying. It just felt right at the time, but now I see I don't do it.
It's okay. Okay, go ahead and finish up your answers. Ricky, I'll give you a few more minutes since you just came in. Okay, and then once you've turned in your quiz, go ahead and take out the sheet that you wrote your topic and your thesis sentence on. And the reason why I told you to hang on to it for a second, how many of you guys have already turned it in?
Oh, sorry, man.
Okay, I want you guys to hang on to it because I want you to.
You can keep it. I have it on my computer.
Okay. I think some of you guys turned it into the world history tray. Thank you.
I feel like I should do it, but
Yeah, I don't see any thesis or topics in my box or my tray, so you might have turned it into the world history one. World history.
oh, here it is. I changed it.
Change it to what? I don't see any
The
change.
icon. The icon.
Huh?
The
Just
icon.
rewrite it down there, because
I did exactly right.
okay.
I just read this story like 20 minutes ago, all the facts.
So if you can read it in 20 minutes, everyone should have read it on Monday night when I first assigned it.
Oh, it ended 3-3.
Oh,
I know, I'm like,
yeah, that's true. Just on your lap. You don't have to like a lot. are getting. Yo, give me some of that Haven. I did not trust any of it. I did 2 shots.
Ready, guys? You want to see a trick?
I don't trust you that much, Camila, but since you've been my friend for a while, the like you go to the bathroom all day. It's fine. I just eat it. There's no difference there. How I'm gonna get a good laugh. Bro, I swear, I'm so mad at my dog. It's been ever since I got him and the German Shepherd. My white boxer and German Shepherd. Ever since I got the boxer and the German Shepherd, they've always gotten along. And today I threw bread at them, right? Because I like eat. You ever heard about Star Wars? They're super. Really? No. Like, it might be a. Oh no! This morning, the boxer has done something like last week. He did the first thing I've never seen him do. So usually what happens, I put this bread at the German Shepherd and he runs over there and then I toss it to him because he usually the German Shepherd is the boxer. So like 2 mornings ago, I threw the bread, right? And the German Shepherd's batting at him and the dog and my boxer just grabs him by the neck and like attacks him. I'm like, what the heck? So this morning, I'm like, maybe everything's gonna change. And you wanna know what he did? Well, that was it. Well, no. Something did that. And then
Who took all the green lifesavers?
and he got pretty mad. And he got so mad I literally broke his
The pineapple ones are left. Hooray!
it literally got dented, so he had to buy a new one. So I'm like, what the heck? Why are you so aggressive all of it? And this morning, you wanna know something? Yeah, he's older. And the German Shepherd's older.
Except he's alright.
But here's the craziest thing this morning. Bro, but wanna know the craziest thing this morning about the boxer? Wait, what? Let me see. No more humping, I guess. It's a giant teddy bear. Oh my god. Yeah, I know. It's like oh, but the box right this morning, like the most savage. Oh, but the box really the craziest thing that I want to do. Oh, but what happened was I did piece of bread this morning at the German Shepherd and at the boxer. So the German Shepherd is finished and he's just staring at the boxer, right? While eating the piece of bread, he tries to get it, and then he attacks him, right? He keeps the piece of bread, and then he literally just starts biting his face by and I'm like, you're Georgie, the German Shepherd. What's wrong with you? What's your deal with him? And then the guy just looks up at me. I'm like, and my grandma's still panicking over cream juice. Can anybody Google up where you can find concentrated cream juice? It's like my grandma. Your mom's on your sister. She's like, you're a teenager. Why are you looking for prune juice? I know, but imagine it's like your mom's like, you're a teenager. Why are you looking for prune juice? But she's like going crazy. She's like, what did you say? And she's like, my grandma. Like it's like 11 at night, and she's like, no. She talks. She calls me like, stop touching me. I'll be back, Isaac. I'll be over there in a bit. I'll go listen. Like she makes me Google it up. I can't find anything. Yes, I know. I don't know. I'm not a juice expert. She's like, well, I'm not either, but you're smarter than me. And I'm like, you gotta.
All right, go ahead and. All right. Thank you for waiting, distant learners. I hope you did well on the quiz. Please send that in by the end of today. Any points or any quizzes that are sent after today, there will be 10 points docked off for every day that is late. So make sure you get that into me today. Okay? Go ahead and take out your grammar books, class. Grammar books really quickly.
So good job on those topics. Gabby, turn around, please. Yes. Not the paper. So we'll go over that in a second. Go ahead and turn to page number 103. Okay, 103. Shh, Adrian. Gabby, please turn around. Okay, page 103, look at exercise D. Okay, now that you have your topic and your thesis statement, okay, then you're going to form your points into an outline. Okay, so some of you guys gave me 3 things that you're going to talk about. So underneath those points, those are going to be your main points within your outline. You're going to list things, like the little things that you're going to mention. So for example, Amethyst is going to talk about mental disorders and medication and treatment. So she's going to have her thesis statement at the top. Okay, so everyone actually go back. But everyone just go back to page number 31. Okay, page number 31. So page number 31 will help you create your outline. Okay, so obviously your first main idea, which would be your first point. Okay, it's okay if some of you guys have only 2 points, that's fine. Okay, so then let's use rookies, for example. He's talking about Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, why he thinks they're the greatest of all times in the NBA. So my first main idea would be, if you would list your thesis sentence at the very top, okay? So then it's listing those 3 points. Then I would go into my outline. First main idea would be what? Stats? Okay. Stats. Then you would do A, Kobe Bryant, then maybe list any great accomplishments that he had. Okay, or Michael Jordan. Okay, he paved the way for all the other basketball players or whatever. Okay. Then second idea, that's when I would do impacts that he made on and off the court. So letter A would be on the court, and then underneath that you would list all your points under there. Okay, then B, off the court, then you would list all your points under there. So outlines are basically breaking down your paragraph and kind of organizing them on one paper. Okay, so make sure that your outlines are parallel. We kind of practice that at the beginning of the year. So if you have a noun, then you need all nouns. So you can't just say Kobe Bryant and then your main point number 2, impacting the world. Okay, so you have to have that all look the same. It's called parallel. So you make sure that A, Kobe Bryant, B, Michael Jordan, C, whatever. Okay, it can't be an adjective here, it can't be a noun there, it can't be a verb here. Okay, it all has to be parallel. So that'll help you making your proper outline. If you look on page number 33, okay, that's what I mean when I want you to have your thesis sentence at the top. Okay, so your title will be at the very top of the page, your thesis statement will be underneath it, and then that's when you go into your outline. Okay, that'll be due on Friday. Are there any questions about the outline? Okay, that will be due on Friday. Go ahead and turn back to page number 103. Okay, so that is page 103, exercise D. That's tonight for homework, okay? All right. Go ahead and put that away. We're not going to get into grammar, but I do want to catch up on literature, so take out your literature books. Okay, so about a retrieved reformation, I want you to know the author, which was who, class? O. Henry. Okay, highlight the author. Make sure you know him. Okay, once we'll go over the retrieved reformation tomorrow in class once I have everybody's quizzes. But tonight for homework, make sure you read pages 127 to 129. Okay, 127 to 129. Everyone turn to page 128 really quickly. So you're going to be reading My Father's Hands, okay? And one thing that I want you to notice while you're reading My Father's Hands is the tone, okay? So if you look on page 128, the tone of a literary piece is the manner in which the writer deals with his subject and the general effect it is meant to have on its audience. So this is basically the mood, okay? So if you're talking about whatever, that you're writing about. If you want it to be happy, that's the tone. You're going to be using descriptive adjectives that will uplift the reader's spirit. If you're talking about something really sad, obviously that's the tone. You're going to be using somber kind of words and kind of serious, like a more serious tone to your work. Okay? So that's what the writer wants the audience to feel. That is tone. From the tone, it is the emotional meaning. From the tone of a person's voice and from his facial expressions, we understand the shade of meaning he intends. But a writer must convey tone entirely by the use of his words. Obviously, if you're reading something, you're not looking at them, so you can't really see their facial expressions. And if they want you to feel sad, you're only going to get the feel of the work only by reading it. And that's kind of what tone is. Okay? So when you're reading My Father's Hand, I want you to kind of just read through. And if you read through, it'll kind of make it in your heart, like it'll kind of lead you to feel some way in your heart, because he sets a really good tone and uses great descriptions and stories that will kind of make you a little, like, feel something, okay? So that is My Father's Hands by Calvin R. Worthington. Make sure you read that tonight. So 127 to 129, okay? Are there any questions about literature, the literature homework? Awesome, okay? So then, obviously, we don't have vocab this week, so you're good on vocab, but just do your thesis. If you haven't done it yet, your topic, if you need to develop it a little bit more, but then your outline is due on Friday. Okay, are there any questions about the outline? Austin, you want to just come talk to me after class? Okay. All right, well, we are out a little early, so you guys are dismissed. You can talk quietly, but please let me know if you have any questions. Don't just sit there in confusion, because I am more than happy to help. Yes? Outline's due Friday. I'm going to change it up. The whole thing will be, because we're doing the steps of the writing process. So there's going to be a first draft, then you're going to turn that in. I'm going to edit it, and then I'm going to give it back to you, and then you're just going to finalize it. But that'll be due by, like, next week. Yes?
All right, welcome to class. Douglas. Thank you, sir. All right, Rick, put the food away. Unless you're already done, put your mask on, please. Okay, pull out your notes. There should be no phones out, or else I take them away. It doesn't matter. I can take it. If there's the appearance of you on your phone, I'll take it, whether you're on it or not. So don't even make it a temptation. Well, you should have your notes out there. So, all right, Doug, quiet. Pull out your notes. Okay, we are going to pray first. So if there's any prayer requests, we'll pray, and then we will begin. Any prayer requests? Basketball, school, all that jazz. All right, let's pray, since there are no prayer requests. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for the beautiful weather you've given us, Lord. Thank you for the students that are here, Lord, the health you've given us, the ability that our school is to be open. Thank you for this group of kids, Lord, and the hard work they put into school. Hopefully they can learn to work and due diligence in everything they do, not just in school, but out of school. Use their time wisely to better themselves now in this new year, but every day in their lives. Please help them all in basketball as well for those who are playing. Keep them safe from injury, safe in our travels, playing other schools, and for them to have a fun time, but learn to love and to like the game of basketball, Lord, to learn to be a better student, a better listener, and a better player. Please help all the kids if they have any unspokens, Lord. Please help the distant learners at home, whether if they're sick or if they're home, to be safe. Please help them to continue to be diligent, Lord, to not get behind, to make sure they're listening to the lessons, turning in their homework on time, as I don't want to have to give bad grades or anything, but we do have to reward those who are doing their work and sadly punish those who aren't. So please help them to do their part, to be diligent and work hard. Please help all these students, Lord, as it is a new year, for us to be able to do our best to serve you. Please bless this class as we're going to be going through some notes today, learning about this time of the French Revolution. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, yesterday we were talking about and ended with what? It's on the screen for a help. A group of people. The Huguenots. Okay, we talked about the Huguenots. Who were the Huguenots? Okay, what kind of group of people? Okay. They were like... Okay, let me go back for you guys a few. Okay, remember they were educated. Okay, educated-minded. Shh, Adrian. No more. Yes, you three. Shh. I'm not saying any of you talk. I'm just saying all of you. Just shh. Shh. Okay, we did talk about the Huguenots. What else did we talk about? The main person or king or ruler. Not Henry. Louis the 14th. He was the grandson of Louis the 13th. I got you. All right, good. Yes, sir. It'll be wrong. All right, so we're going to move on from that. Okay, we talked about religion, okay, how there's a push towards one religion. We talked about absolutism, okay, all these different things and type of rulers. What's the difference between an absolute monarch and a totalitarian? Someone raise your hand and tell me the difference. Amethyst.
An absolute monarch is somebody who rules like fully in government, but they don't rule like the individual people's lives.
Totalitarian.
Yep, exactly. They rule over every aspect of somebody's life.
That is correct. Everyone hear that? Rick. Shh. Adrian. That is your guys' last warning. All right? You guys need to stop talking, whether it's whispering or anything. Yes, sir.
What was that second word?
Totalitarian.
Isn't that pretty much just communism? Because you get to control every aspect of someone's life.
I mean, I guess kind of, yeah. You could say that a little bit. All right, but moving on where we left off, we're going to be talking about some military expeditions. Okay, we talked about some yesterday, but we're going to be moving with that. Okay, later in 1679, Louis officially revoked the Edict of Nantes, okay, according to his new policies. Okay, these are some things and policies that happened during this revoking. Okay, first, all Huguenots church buildings were to be destroyed. Okay, is everyone cool, comfortable now?
Yeah, it feels nice, honestly.
It feels really good.
All right.
Yeah, it feels good
All right. Secondly, we see no public or private Huguenot worship services were to be allowed. Sorry, good to see Yuvia, Adam, Jeremiah, Giselle, Lacey. Okay, Sophia's just not here today. She's not here. It's not distant learning either. Maya's not online either. So Sophia, Maya, who else? And Savannah, it looks like. Yes. Okay, some other things. Ministers who would not convert to Catholicism had to leave the country within 10 days to be put to death. Okay, children born to Huguenot parents were to be baptized by Catholic priests and raised as Catholics. Huguenots, except ministers, were forbidden to leave the country. Okay, so they're basically prisoners of state and religion.
Wait, so who exactly was ruling? The absolute monarchs or the totalitarian?
Well, it's not like
It's not like someone's a specific ruler. We're
describes the way that they rule.
yes.
So, how are they ruling?
I don't know. What does it sound like? If they're taking away all their freedoms, there you go. Yes, sir.
I can't read the text.
Which one do you need? I'm sorry.
Can you read all of them?
Yep. The first one is all Huguenots' church buildings were to be destroyed. Then you have no public or private Huguenots worship services were to be allowed. Thirdly, you have ministers who would not convert to Catholicism had to leave the country within 10 days or to be put to death. You have children born to Huguenot parents were to be baptized by Catholic priests and raised as Catholics. Can you repeat that one? Rick, stop talking. Shh. Okay, and then you have Huguenots, except ministers, were forbidden to leave the country. How sad it would be if we have to move because of you guys talking. You say that now till everyone hates you. Okay, despite the prohibition, thousands of Huguenots fled to other parts of Europe and even to America. Okay, they weren't allowed to leave. Ooh, why are the slides not working for you guys? There we go. Everyone good on this one? Sorry, distant learners. Give you time. I'm going to go back to this one for a little bit. It glitched and it didn't move for you guys. Okay, so we see this time again of yes towards a totalitarian ruler. Okay, where he's taking away all these freedoms. Okay, you have to be part of what church? Catholic Church. Okay, you have to follow the king and everything he wanted. Okay, just like in my government class. Okay, we're talking about obviously America. United States of America, the fight between state power and federal government power. There's always a battle between those. We even have that today and the different type of federalisms with that. Okay, I'm just moving through these so distant learners can get the notes real quick. Good to see you, Maya, Lacey, Giselle. All right, looks like everyone is here now, except Sophia. Oh, there's Sophia. Look at that. There you go. It's spoken to existence. All right, number 22. Louis set up a definite military organization in France with himself at the top. Thank you. Okay, his government took charge of recruiting and training troops and increased the size of the French army from 100,000 to 400,000 men. Okay, so increased it quite a bit. Okay, during these years, with this large army he had built, anyone still writing this one? Yeah. All right, you're good. Okay, Louis fought several wars with neighboring countries, including Spain and Germany. Okay, we're going to see Louis make several attempts against Germany, territories along the Rhine River, realizing that Louis' actions threatened the rest of Europe. Several European nations in 1686 formed a coalition against France, known as, and we'll go with this one, the League of Augsburg. Okay, this consisted of the Holy Roman Empire, which wasn't quite as strong as it used to be, Spain, Sweden, Bavaria, Saxony, parts of Germany, and the Dutch Republic, and England. Yes, ma'am.
Why does league have every single vowel except for O in it? Like, what's the why?
That's just how it's spelled.
Am I right? Well, it doesn't have I in it.
It doesn't have I either.
But like, why so many?
It's just how it is.
Reality.
All right, so again, this league was made. Okay, France is becoming very strong at this time. They're kind of the strongest power during these years. Okay, they're threatening and taking a lot of nations, so they're like, hey, let's just all team up and get rid of this thing. We don't want another Roman Empire or any other empire ruling everyone. Okay, they formed this coalition to prevent Louis from taking over any more European. Wow, 2 typos. Let me fix that. Sorry. It's okay. Getting old. All right, with this, okay, with all these wars, the French won several battles, but could not defeat so many enemies at once. Okay, they're doing well fighting maybe just Germany or maybe just Spain. Okay, but when it became against this whole League of Augsburg, they couldn't handle so much heat coming from different directions. All right, if you have England coming from the north, okay, you have Germany coming from the east, okay, and you have Spain coming from the west and all these other areas, okay, it became too much. So the Treaty of Ryswick, signed in 1679, it established the state of things before Louis' wars, or the status quo called antebellum, not the group. Okay, the status quo antebellum means the existing state before the war. If you want to write that down as a side note, the status quo antebellum means the existing state before the war. Who knows? That might be bonus on a quiz or something. It means status quo, it means existing state before the war. Status quo antebellum.
Sounds like something adults do. Hey, what's my status quo?
Okay, but between,
Wait, I thought that's what status quo meant. Like, what's my, like,
yes, it is.
status in...
Oh,
Exactly.
that's right. No.
Exactly. Okay, between all these wars, the most costly war of Louis XIV's reign was the War of the Spanish Succession. Okay, when the last Habsburg king of Spain died in 1700, he left a will naming Philip of Anjou. It's probably said differently, but that's how I'm going to say it. Okay, Louis' grandson as heir to the Spanish throne. What? Okay, this note is continued. This is only the first half. Okay, with leaving Philip of Anjou, or Louis' grandson, this would give the Bourbon royal family both the French and the Spanish thrones, allowing them to control most of Western Europe as well as a vast overseas empire.
There's even more. I know.
Okay, you can't turn that in now. It's too late. Certainly when I see you working on it this whole time and then try to turn it in now. Okay, it is homework. It is not during classwork and then turn it in during class.
If anything, you turn it down.
That's why I said this is your last chance to turn it in.
You guys see Mr. Coral without gel, like gel on his hair, like his hair is fuzzy.
How did you see that?
Is it the Instagram story?
How did you see that far away?
It's soft too.
Why is everyone always coming at Mr. Coral?
Everyone got this one? Did you get the last one too? Keep on writing. Okay, it still continues. Shh. It still continues. All right, with this, when Louis officially accepted Philip's claim to the Spanish throne, war erupted in 1702 between France and the members of the League of Augsburg. Okay, so we have France is now basically a kingdom of Spain and France combined, they controlled the seas, as those are both seaporting countries. Okay, the France goes into the English Channel. Obviously, Spain is right there in the Atlantic Ocean. They're both known for always having armadas, the Spanish Armada, and other fleets. Okay, so they control the seas. But we're going to have, again, this battle between the League of Augsburg and the French. The main battle that we need to know, okay, I won't go quite yet. If we have time after this class, I'll send one of the guys over so you guys can see the jerseys if you haven't seen it already. Everyone good on this one? All right. The main battle you need to know between this League of Augsburg and is the Battle of Blenheim. This is the League of Augsburg most notable victory against the French. It was led by Prince Eugene of Savoy and John Churchill, which was Duke of Marlborough. This war also spread from Europe to North America as the English and French colonies fought alongside their mother countries. Okay, remember we talked about how the French went to which city in Canada? We talked about it. Quebec. Good job, Adrian. Okay, they're in Quebec. We also during this time we have English people going to the Americas as well through Christopher Columbus. Okay, and different people. Okay, so we have even those little colonies. They're fighting. Okay, for their mother nations. Okay, so we see this Battle of Blenheim being the most notable thing through this. Okay, this is going to bring us to a treaty to try to end this Spanish succession called the Treaty of Utrecht. It's like Utrecht. Okay, this ended the War of Spanish Succession. Its terms included these. Okay, there's a lot of them. They're not all on this slide. There's another one as well. Okay, Philip of Anjou was permitted to become king of Spain, but the thrones of Spain and France could never be united. Okay, so with this treaty, okay, instead of them being a united power, okay, it said, hey, Philip, you can become king on the throne of Spain, but you and Louis can no longer be together. All right, you have to be separate nations. Together. Not like that, Amethyst. How did I know you were going to say something? All right, united in power, obviously not a relationship. Okay? Interpolate. It's okay. I make typos all the time, and I say things and I squeak. It's okay, man. I do. I still do. All right, we also see Spain. Spain ceded to Austria several Italian territories and the remainder of Spanish Netherlands or modern-day Belgium. Everyone good on these ones? You're okay? I'm just asking. Sophia, I do have to ask to put a mask on, please. You're okay. Just a reminder. Okay, good? You're okay? Netherlands. You know, I've had this since high school. It's called On Sale. These jackets cost too much to buy full price, so it was on sale, so I didn't care what color it was. And I like green. It's actually my favorite color. So. All right, here we go. Spain. That movie was awful.
I said Megan Fox was great in that
No,
movie.
shh. Okay, no more talking. Spain ceded to England the tiny but important peninsula of Gibraltar. Okay, not from Apex. Rick. Which controls the strait between the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. Okay, France ceded to England the control of Newfoundland or Nova Scotia and Hudson Bay Territory. Yes. Shh. Doug. Shh. Okay, this treaty, guys, bring it back in. Okay. This treaty established among the nations of Europe the balance of power concept. Okay, the idea that no nation should be too strong or too weak. Okay, this treaty was for the purpose that there would no longer be like a Roman Empire or a Greek Empire or these empires that ruled everyone. That everyone would be their own individual state and country. So there would be alliances between, obviously in a bad way, but there would be alliances between smaller countries to keep the power even. Adrian. Everyone good on this one? Keep on writing, you're okay? Lacey. Homer. That is something we can talk about another time. After notes. 29. Everyone good now? Adrian, how many times do I have to say it in one class period? Be quiet. Unless you raise your hand. That's what's going to happen if you continue to talk, but not just for you, but for everyone. So not only will you get probably ridiculed by everyone, but you'll probably have to sit somewhere you don't want to. Okay, so be quiet. If you want to talk, raise your hand, and I will choose on you or not. Okay, it's not looking so hot after today. Okay, number 29, the Age of Enlightenment. Okay, this is very important to know. This was the name given to the period of French history at the end of Louis XIV's reign. You need to know that. Okay, Age of Enlightenment, connect it with the end of Louis XIV's reign.
How did he die?
That's a good question. I don't really know. It's just, he just died. You can look it up later. He probably died of old age since he reigned a long time. Okay, it was a movement that attempted to apply unaided human philosophy to all areas of man's life in order to establish a new social order.
Probably died when around 75 because he was 5 when he ascended the throne. His reign lasted 70 years.
Yep,
When he died.
like I said, and he's an old man.
And that's very old.
I swear.
In reality, this Age of Enlightenment is to prove, or it proved to be almost a new dark age for France.
That's when he took full control of the throne. But he ascended the throne when he was 5. And they count that as part of his rule.
He's basically like king, but then they place someone that's like, I forget what they call it, but someone to rule instead of.
But in name, he's the king.
All right, some things that happened during this Age of Enlightenment. First, we have blatant anti-Christianity. People making their own religions, forsaking God, forsaking the Bible. One reason for that is because the Catholic Church, as we talked about, brought a falsehood of the Bible and Christianity. Okay, so people no longer wanted a part of it. Okay, that's why we have that even today. Okay, people don't like the Bible because you have so many different religions that are false, so it distorts the truth of the Bible. Yeah, we can announce it later. Okay, secondly, we see an open rejection of the Bible. And lastly, a disbelief in the deity of Christ. At this time, Christ is no longer considered the Son of God, but rather just a man in history with no importance. Some say it wasn't even true or real, that he was a person. Okay, just a few more notes and we will be done for today. Okay, some people we need to know. Some people we need to know. Okay, in this Age of Enlightenment, we have Voltaire. We're going to go through each person as well. But Voltaire, Montesquieu, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Okay, these were French Enlightenment thinkers. We're going to talk about all of them individually and what they brought to this time. Okay, but they were thinkers whom modern political ideas became known in France. We're going to talk about each one of these men today. Maybe not all of them, though. We'll see if we can get through all 3 of them. Everyone good on this one? All right. First one, Voltaire. Okay, he was known. You need to know this. Okay, this might be a matching or something on a quiz. is probably on your homework as well. Voltaire is the father of the Enlightenment.
That guy looks real smug, and I just want to.
Shh. Guys, got to control the comments. Okay, he was a witty, intellectual writer who openly attacked Christianity in the name of reason. Okay, saying and trying to prove, not right now, after class. Okay, he said that random chance, rather than God's providence, okay, govern the world. Okay, he said things just happen by chance. Okay, it was just per se, luck. Okay, and we say that sometimes. Okay, luck really isn't completely real.
So dice isn't luck.
What?
Dice will.
Wait, so I'm not unlucky, I just have a horrible life?
No. 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 I know you are. I know you are. All right, this is Voltaire. What is he known as? Father of the Enlightenment. Quickly finish, Austin, so we can move along. Okay, this idea that he made underneath him with this reason, common sense, you've heard the term probably before, is rationalism, which is basically the idea that man's reason is the sole criterion for truth. Okay, rather than actually having truth, or the Bible, okay, or anything like that, having absolute truth, okay, truth is just based on reason, my mind. Okay, what I think is right and wrong, rather than what is truly right and wrong. Okay, which can cause a lot of problems. Okay, if you believe this, say I have a reason, or I think something's right or wrong, but Derek thinks something else is right or wrong, there's going to be confrontation. Sorry, I just had to choose you, man. You're dazing, I just saw you, so. Okay, but same thing. So maybe then I say, all right, Isaac, this is what's right or wrong. And Isaac's like, yeah, I agree with that. That's right or wrong. Then Adrian agrees with it. But then Derek over here, he's getting Amethyst and Doug. Okay, so this is going to create a lot of confrontation. Does that make sense? Okay, so we see that all through rationalism as it's not that good. Okay, this view worships human reason as a god and reject absolutes if they do not seem reasonable. Okay, so a God that you can't see, okay, completely, you don't really know him. Okay, a lot of it's based on faith, which is what we believe, right? We believe a lot. The Bible says on faith, we believe. Okay, they didn't believe in it. They said it's untrue because there's no way to prove in a reasonable way or rational way. They said, hey, I can't see this, I can't touch this, I can't taste this, it's not real. Okay, 33, Voltaire also advocated revolution to overthrow traditional institutions and establish a new order based, again, on reason, science, and tolerance. Okay, he was a smart man, okay, but he was not a spiritual man. He had no faith. Okay, faith. Okay, this was quoted. Faith in reason and faith in man became the base from which Voltaire looked with a new optimism to the future. Okay, he believed in man himself rather than the creator of man. Okay, that's the first person. The next person, as we have a few more minutes, let's finish these few things and then be done. Okay, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Okay, he is known as the father of French Romanticism. Okay, so what was Voltaire known as? Father of the Enlightenment. Okay, just know the last name really. Rousseau is the father of French Romanticism. Okay, what is Romanticism? Romanticism. Okay, it is, I'll go back. Doug. Not here, not the right place or time. It's not just talking, it's the joke as well. Not the right place or time. All right, Romanticism. Okay, if I need to go back at the end of class, I can go back for you guys. All right, this is where it exalted man's emotions and imagination as the basis for truth. Okay, you can already see the problems that's going to happen with this belief. Okay, it advocated a return to nature. Okay, he rejected the scriptural teachings regarding man's sin nature believing instead that man is naturally good, but society is bad. Okay, but the Bible tells us, okay, for all are what? Okay, that's one good verse, but I was looking for that. We're all sinners. Okay, as Amos said, but yes, we come short of the glory of God. Why? Because we're born with a sin nature. Every man is. Okay, but this idea in romanticism, okay, takes away from that. It says, hey, you're not bad. Okay, even though you're doing these things, stop messing with it, Derek. Leave it alone. Okay, you're not bad just because you do things. It's the society's fault.
But that doesn't make sense.
It's
Society is made up of people.
exactly. Exactly. Okay, but that's what this belief is. Okay, could you imagine, okay, the deceit, and when people start following this, it gets a little crazy. Like, how could you even believe this? Okay, but these are these new beliefs and ideas that these men or thinkers of this age of new enlightenment believed in.
Bro, it's like joining a cult. So if I'm feeling mad, I didn't kill that guy. Austin, it'd be okay to murder him.
It's not your fault. It's society's fault.
For real?
That's what this belief says. That's what this belief says, yes. Okay, moving on. Sorry, I'll go back. Quickly finish. Shh. Put other classes away, Doug.
Okay.
I'm just ripping this out.
All right, the myth. Okay, we just have a few more, maybe two more, and then we're done, I think. The myth of the noble savage. Okay, it's something that was written during this time. Okay, is the idea that people in uncivilized societies are morally superior to civilized people. Okay, the myth of the noble savage is the idea that people in uncivilized societies are morally superior to civilized people. Okay, he thought that private property is the cause of many of society's ills, and thus that men should not be allowed to own private property. So he was kind of an envious man. Yes, you could say that as well. Yeah, you have communism and socialists starting here. No, I'm just kidding.
No. Ew. It never works.
Okay, moving on. Again, we're almost done. And then we have Rousseau thought, again, that I just said, private property is the cause of many of society's ills. Guys, we are talking way too much today. And that men should not be allowed to own private property.
Oh shoot, I'm supposed to be writing this down. Sorry. You do that, like you forget what you're doing, and then you're like, oh shoot.
Okay, this will bring us to our last note for today, this next one. Let you guys finish this, and then we have one more note. Wait 1 second. We have one more note, then you can ask. Everyone good on this one? Yeah. All right. Something that happened under Rousseau, it's called the social contract. This is Rousseau's book where he called for a new order of society founded upon the general will of the people, which allowed the people to overthrow their government and social institutions as they please. Remember, because they just felt like it. Okay, it's not their fault, it's society's fault. Okay, so if things are going bad, let's just destroy the government and destroy schools and everything else, any knowledge, because it's their fault. It's not our fault that we're bad. Okay, yes, it does not solve anything, but this is what happened, and this is called the social contract. It was a book that puts these ideas into people's hands, written by Rousseau. Okay, we're going to end there. We're going to talk about a few more people tomorrow, okay, in this age of enlightenment, and it's going to lead us to the French Revolution. It is Wednesday, so there is no homework. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Make sure you turn in your homework for this week, either today or on Friday. Make sure that's turned in. I'm going to be a little bit harder this semester than last semester. As we've done this distant learning for a while now, okay, you will get zeros if it's not turned in. Hopefully you all are doing well. We will see you tomorrow.
Show us the uniform.
Yes.
All right, welcome to geometry. We're on page 154 of your supplement. Page 154, we're going to finish 2 last proofs, and then I'm going to give you guys the rest of the day to be able to finish working on this assignment, which is due Friday. Make sure that gets turned in on Google Classroom. You may have already done it. I haven't looked. It's not due until Friday. So I'm not doing anything about it until Friday. That's how that works. All right, so. Yeah, that sounds right. All right, moving on. Look, just because I've done that like twice this year. Anyway.
Okay, Mr. S, do we have a day where the guys have to wear skirts?
No. Oh my goodness. All right.
I want to work at Golf Girl iHouse. Alright.
Quiet coyote. All right, anyway. All right. We're done. We're done. Shh. All right, and we're done. Okay. Exercise 2.21, number 10. Just a reminder that homework's coming up. Number 10, the diagonals of an isosceles trapezoid are equal. Anyway, I was just channeling Soul. Yeah. Oh, it's actually pretty good. I mean, it's deep for a Pixar movie, but you know. No, that was, guys. That's how the counselors would deal with the new souls. Anyway, don't worry about it.
New souls? What? There's a cult? He said the new souls.
All right, I'm not officially endorsing the movie, but go watch Soul. All right, moving on. The diagonals of an isosceles trapezoid.
Yes or no? Did you? On Disney Plus? You watched it? Did you like it? I didn't really like it.
It's okay.
I like the music, but I didn't like it.
All right, exercise 2.21, number 10. Guys, seriously, stop talking. Diagonals, excuse me. Diagonals of an isosceles trapezoid are equal. We have isosceles trapezoid ABCD. That is our given. AD equals BC. Oh, sorry, you guys have to fill this in. AD equals BC by definition of isosceles. Means the legs are equal. Okay? Where's my pen?
I'm not high maintenance.
That could actually be a problem. Where is... Did I lose it on the way? Aww. Yes. Hey, real quick. Do you guys see like a black pen on the ground? Yeah, I potentially dropped it outside or in my other classroom. Because I was in the computer lab. Yeah, to write on the screen? Yeah, that's going to be... Yeah, all right. Distance learners, I'll be right back. All right, found the pen. We're good to go. All right, so number 2. All right, AD is equal to BC by definition of isosceles. Hey, real quick, did I manage to match that red to the red on the slides?
No.
It's a shade darker.
Okay,
Ah.
Take the pen and draw the red on the top.
Oh yeah, that would work.
Yes, you did.
Perfect.
Ha!
Illusion.
Cool.
Or it looks darker when it's by itself.
What if it's not pressed?
Well, that's because it's on a white background. All right, anyway, sorry. I was just curious, like, if I managed to, like, nail it. Apparently did. Because all my slides use that color scheme. So, like, I just set the program to be that red. Anyway. Number 3. Sorry, I am... All right. Base angles of an isosceles trapezoid are equal. So I can say that this angle is equal to this angle. I could easily say it with the others, but for the sake of this proof, those are the ones I care about. So we have angle ADC is equal to angle BCD.
Bro, but those are the base angles.
Remember, base is top and bottom. Bases are the parallel sides. So these are base angles.
Wait, so is angle DAB and CBA also?
Yes, it's just not relevant. They're not equal to this. Does that make sense? So angle A and angle B are equal to each other. C and D are equal to each other.
Why don't we put that?
Because I don't need A and B.
Wait, what triangles are we going to do?
You'll see.
Wow, thank you.
All right, now in number 4, by identity, CD is equal to itself. Okay? And so now what's happening is we have this triangle. Where we're looking at this angle as a whole.
Christmas colors.
And then we're going to have, sorry, I'm about to ruin it. All right, this triangle. I messed something up. Hold on.
Yeah, you did. It's supposed to be
Yeah,
the
rip.
one.
I like picked the line that doesn't have anything on
It
it.
specifically said angle B doesn't matter.
Yep. Yeah, I know. I am aware. Okay, anyway, then we basically have this triangle. I wish I could just make these like highlighters. Anyway, where I'm looking at this angle. Okay, does that make sense? So I have...
They're correcting you half the time. Our class half the time is lost.
All right, so we have these two angles equal. We have an equal side here, and we know that these sides are equal. So by SAS, we have proven congruent triangles. And suddenly I'm in low poly mode, but all right. Triangle AC, only for that stroke. Okay, ACD is congruent
Match it with the
to triangle BDC.
Match it with the angle. Why would you go and change it?
Number 6.
And it can't be BDC. Oh, it can.
Huh.
But, no, it can't.
Yes, it can. BDC.
Why does the like C look like it's having an
Mr.
anxiety
S,
attack?
we're talking about these angles. D and C is the
Yeah,
angle. So they have to be in the middle. So it would be ADC. Like the angle.
it's okay.
No, it's not. I'm writing it differently.
Okay, they're both correct. Anyway, so bicongruent parts of congruent triangles are equal, then AC is equal to BD. All right, and we've gone through and now proven that the diagonals of an isosceles trapezoid are equal, and I bet, I don't know, that this is a added proven statements.
Did your,
Mr. S,
did your pen have a stroke again?
Yeah, apparently.
they're having
It's mad about being left in the other room.
like having seizures. They're like fine, and then they start having seizures.
Andrew's trying to talk.
You drew a perfect octagon on number 5.
That's because I was trying to draw a circle and the pen just glitched.
I know he did draw.
Yeah.
When you draw a perfect
Wow, when
hexagon
you actually draw something
Whoa, Mr. S.
It's not the thing I was trying to draw. Yeah, that sounds right.
How is it proven statement?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, man. Dude, those cups are pretty fire. Will you try to?
I like this cup.
They're the only kind I'll buy. Like, I usually have to replace it at least once a year. But the amount of computers it saved by having a self-sealing lid.
They're so expensive.
Yeah, but
Nice.
worth it because, I mean, straight up, can do that.
Don't drop it. Oh, I was gonna drop it. You know,
No, I'm not going to drop it on. I don't want to replace it yet.
so much if you're gonna
All right. Add above to proven statements.
Oh, damn.
All right. The line joining the midpoints of two diagonals of a trapezoid is parallel to the bases and equals 1/2 their difference. Notice the key word here, difference. That means I'm looking for subtraction.
Hi, my name
Okay.
is Douglas, and you should really install Raid Shadow Legends.
Guys. Number one, we have our given, which is that we have, trapezoid with O and P, the midpoints of the diagonals, as our given.
We have trapezoid.
The thing. All right, number two. Because I can extend or limit any line, I'm going to extend OP both directions to the sides of the trapezoid forming EF. EF. Like the line EF. That's what we're forming. Now, number three, because we're at the midpoints of the diagonals, by definition, EF is a bisector. And specifically of the diagonal lines. That actually does matter because we're about to say it's something else. Now, because it's the bisector of the diagonal lines, that also means it must be the median of the trapezoid. We discussed that in a previous exercise. So EF is the median. Yes.
For number 2, what's before EF? What is that before EF?
That says forming. This is one word.
Oh.
There you go.
EF.
Now, because I have the median of a trapezoid, that means it's going to be parallel to the bases. So I can say that EF is parallel to AB is parallel to DC. And that E and F are the midpoints by definition of median. Whoops, not by. Started writing what? Eraser. There we go.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. Just I made a noise and it reminded me of a noise somebody else had made before.
This coyote's real aggressive.
Okay, look.
Look at my face. This hurts so much.
I'm sure. All right, E and F are midpoints of AD and BC by definition of, median. All right, then number 7. Okay. So because of all that, wait, what?
What did you do?
Bad, Mr. S.
Hey, don't talk to my mistress
Okay.
like that.
So what I'm going to talk about here is two triangles. We have triangle here in yellow. We have this triangle.
Okay.
And then we're going to have, so help me, this triangle.
But they're not even.
It doesn't matter. We have a triangle.
We also
We're not trying to prove them congruent. I'm just mentioning that those are the triangles I'm about to talk about. Okay?
also for
Actually, they might be congruent. I honestly don't know. All right. So,
other triangles, just letting you know.
yeah. Okay. But these are the two I'm referring to here. I can say that OF is equal to 1/2 of AB because we have a triangle here. And so OF, being the median, because it's to the midpoint of both sides, okay, is half the length of the base, which is AB. Okay. I can also say that about, I grabbed the wrong triangle for the green. Oh my word, I do this every time.
You're showing why we win.
There's like 10 other triangles. I'm glad that you took all that time just so that you could correct how many triangles I said. You should be proud of yourself, Gabby.
I was just looking.
Okay, I'm not going to re-highlight it, but basically now we're looking at this triangle. I grabbed the wrong thing, ABD. Okay, I grabbed the wrong thing. Sorry, life happens. All right, so because of that, then PE is equal to 1/2 of DC.
Is that it for that one?
Yes.
Look at PE. Look at PE.
Yeah, my pen is like glitching up a storm. Wait a minute, what in the world? Hold on, why did I write PF? That doesn't make any sense. This has got to be a typo. In my notes, it says PE, or sorry, PF, and that has to be a typo.
Your hands have
Yeah, I know. I don't. The thing is old. It only needs to survive through this year, then I can figure it out. Actually, if it doesn't survive this year, then I'll just start using my iPad. It'll just be 4x3. All right, anyway. Hey, Douglas. Shh. Guys. Example 2.21. No, exercise 2.21. Nope, there it was. And what number is this? 11? What? I have the wrong... Oh, this is number 7. Why do I have it as number 11? It's fine. All right, anyway. I don't know. Wait, no, that's not right. 2.21, number 11, is not that. Oh, it's number 13. That's what it is. Okay, so this is number 13, my bad.
What?
I don't know. I'm confused. It's number 13.
So it's exercise 2.21, number 13.
Yeah, I have the wrong thing in the title. Typo.
Oh, I see. Thanks for clearing it up for us.
Well, explains why I can't find what I'm talking about. All right, anyway. What step are we on? What? Oh, I must have reduced this one down. No, they put PF equals half of DC. Oh, they're looking at that triangle. Okay.
For sure.
Okay, we do mean PF, which makes sense in a way. What?
She said she's starting a cult.
I said I'm starting a club.
I want to start a cult.
Y'all are cold.
I want to start a cult.
Okay, derp. Okay, so let's take a minute here and listen. Guys. Okay.
Sorry.
Listen.
We're sorry.
While the previous thing I said is true, it doesn't help me.
Because everything else we wrote is true, but
So PF is what I want here. I have no idea why this thing's in low polygon mode. All right, so we have ABC
erase the E and make it an F.
because it was glitching up a storm. Still is, but you know. All right, so basically now we're looking at triangle BDC, sorry, and that's half of DC. The other way was true. It just doesn't help us much. So then number 8, sure. All right, OF is equal to OP plus PF, right? Whole equal sum of all its parts. So then the first thing I can do, I know OF is half of AB, so I can substitute that in.
This looks like the Flintstones.
Yeah, I know. I have no idea why it's doing this. And then I don't know what OP is, but I do know that PF is 1/2 of DC. Well, I'm actually looking for the length of OP, so I'm going to solve for that. So I'm going to subtract half of DC from both sides and rearrange. So I'm going to have OP is equal to 1/2 AB minus 1/2 of DC and equals half their distance. Hey, we're right about there. All I have to do now is factor out the 1/2. OP is equal to 1/2 AB minus DC. I do not know why this thing is so broken. Those are regular parentheses. They're not like angle brackets or anything.
Hey, that kind of looks like me when I'm writing with my left hand. It kind of looks like.
I mean, it feels like it, but anyway.
Spiders shrivel up and die. That's kind of what it looks like.
All right, go ahead and add this to your proven statements as well once you're done filling in the proof. And then that is the end of the section, so that's where I'm going to leave it. So make sure that you've both filled in this proof and added this to your proven statements, and I will see you guys later. If you're distance learners, if you guys have any questions or anything, feel free to email or text me. Make sure you're studied up. Make sure you're getting your homework turned in. All right, I'll see you guys later.
Eric, Doug, time to be quiet. Okay, lesson 64. Let me get it up on the screen. Good. I just fold the end down. So, okay, Gabby, what are you doing? Have a seat. Doug, thank you. Lena? Doug, how many times? How many times? Okay, take out a piece of paper. Your quiz is on the screen. No more talking, please, boys. Girls of the 10th grade, Adrian, or noises, okay? Okay, just fold the tip down. Not the whole thing, just the very tip. Adrian, are you doing your quiz? You're going to lose it again? Oh, okay. Ricky, Adrian, last time I'm going to say it. Testing, okay, I'm not getting good. Just 8 questions. Girls. Okay, who's not through in here? Not through. That must be his pen. Okay, done? Okay, here's your answers. They are up there, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Jaden? Derek? Isaac? Andrew? Amethyst? Austin? Doug? Sophia? Lena? Adrian? Gabby? Jesse? Ricky? Avery? And Elijah?
So we say how many we got right or how many we got wrong?
How many got right?
So 8.
8. Okay. Let's get into lesson 69, page 4 of your notes. Shh, don't start talking. Okay, today we're going to be talking about, well, let's do a little bit of review here. Okay? What is the length of a single wave called? A wavelength. Close. Close. See, you'd only get half credit. What is the maximum distance that particles are displaced by a wave called? Amplitude. What is the number of waves, crest and trough, that pass a point per unit time? Okay. What is the SI unit of frequency? Okay, hertz. What is the time needed for one cycle to pass? Okay. Shh. What is the rate at which a wave travels through a medium? Okay. What is the relationship between the wavelength, frequency, and speed of a particular wave? What? They're directly proportional. Okay, wave behavior. This is just basically a ripple tank is basically just a sophisticated bowl of water.
I was about to say that.
Maybe, okay. You can do the same thing in a bowl of water as long as the bowl is even on all sides, okay? No, basically a square, okay? It could be a rectangle, okay? But not a round. Round doesn't work that well. We found that out in lab 2 years ago. It worked, but it didn't work well enough, okay? But a ripple tank is just a device used in laboratories to demonstrate the behavior of waves, okay? So basically what they're doing is they're sticking a something in the water that's creating the wave itself, okay? And the wave that they're creating is what they're diagramming, okay? Thanks, Giselle. Got yours for your quiz, okay? Let me check one more thing. Okay. Okay. So anyway, that's a ripple tank. The boundary of each wave crest is what we call the wave front, okay? You'll hear it termed a little differently, like the front of the wave, same scenario. The tsunami that you talked about the other day, that crest of wave is going to be the front of the wave that hits the beach first. The direction of a wave can be represented by the line. It's called a ray. So when you see it on a diagram, I better get these going here, sorry. It's called the wave front. I was just reading my notes. It's called a wave front, so the direction of the wave. And those arrows that you see on there is the direction that the wave is going. How do you label the direction of a wave, and even the wave of a wind. So if it's an easterly wind, what direction is it blowing? West. It's blowing west. So it's coming from the east. That's why they call it the easterly. Okay? And on a map or on a diagram like this, you would just use, say, the ray. Okay? A mathematical, putting math and science together in geometry in this regards. Okay? Now, what happens in a ripple tank, or what happens in a lake? A lake is basically God's natural ripple tank. Okay? So what happens in a ripple tank when you put the waves? Where does the waves go? To the edges, okay? Creating a reflection. Okay? Reflection is just the change in course of a wave as a result of the collision with an object or the object's boundary. Okay? So it's going to hit and bounce off. So theoretically, with this bouncing off back and forth, does a wave ever stop? No, theoretically it doesn't. Okay? You say, well, what happens when the water becomes calm? Okay? Is there any waves? Is there any ripples that are developing? Probably underneath, but you just can't see them. Okay? The waves that strike the obstacle are called the incident waves. And so therefore, letter B in your notes, the waves that bounce off the object are called the what kind of waves? Put the two words together, bounce off and, yep, I heard it, reflective waves. Okay? So this leads us to this scientific law, boys, called law of reflection, stating that the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. Okay? Mathematical truth. You bounce a ball off of a floor at a 45, it's going to come off the floor at a 45. You bounce it at a 90 degree, it's going to go right back up, unless it's an odd ball. Okay? It's going to go right back up 90 degrees. Okay? Same way with water and its waves. They come in at 90, they're going to go out at a 90. So however the case may be. Called the law of reflection. So here it is. The angle at which the incident waves strike an obstacle is the same as the angle of the reflection waves that bounce off the obstacle. Angles of incident and reflective waves are typically measured from the normal. Okay, scientifically stating, normal is just an imaginary line perpendicular to the reflective surface. Okay, so you got, it's basically the perpendicular line of a 90-degree angle. Okay. Oh, where the two arrows meet. I see. Very observant. Very observant. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Refraction is the next term. The next type of wave behavior. Shh. This is the bending of the path of a wave as a result of a change in the wave's speed. Okay? This happens, refraction waves always bend towards, excuse me, towards the medium that slow them down. Okay? Refraction has always been towards the medium. Waves that slow down when they cross a boundary shift directions toward the new medium. Okay? While the waves that speed up, when they cannot shift direction away from the new medium. I left the word shift off in your notes. Sorry about that. So you got reflection, Doug. You've got refraction, and you've got diffraction. Diffraction is the spreading out of a wave after it passes through the narrow opening. Okay? So you can see on this diagram where the water or the wave itself, whatever, is coming through that opening, and based upon the speed, water that goes straight through is obviously going to be faster than the diffraction of the wave that spreads out. Okay? But diffraction causes the wave to spread out evenly when the opening is roughly equal to one wavelength. Okay? As the opening widens, more of the wave energy passes straight ahead. Okay? So the bigger the opening, the more of direct access or direct removal of the wave or speed of the wave. Direct diffraction waves always travel around obstacles and corners. Okay? So that's why you have the diffraction where it spreads out, especially if it's a narrower opening. Okay? It's going to go out, not just straight ahead. That's why, logically speaking, if you pour water on a surface, that water, and if you have obstacles in it, that water is going to go around those obstacles. Okay? It's not just going to stop when it hits it. Okay, page 5. The fifth behavior is what we call interference. Interference is the reinforcement or cancellation that occurs when two or more waves meet. Okay? So they're canceling out each other. But at the same time, they're creating reflective waves. Okay? There's 3 types of interference that occur. Okay? First of all, you have what's called constructive interference. It's interference in which 2 crests or 2 troughs meet and they reinforce each other going the same direction. Okay? So which makes it a bigger wave. And thus, Ricky, with your tsunami, that's what helps to create the bigger the wave. Constructive waves. You're constructing a bigger wave. Okay? Secondly, destructive. Okay? Terms fit the definitions. Destructive interference is interference in which a crest and trough meet and they partially cancel each other. So they're destroying each other's energy. Yes, sir? Constructive. So you got constructive, building on, destructive, starting to tear down, and so therefore, obviously the next one has to be a terminal or complete destructive interference, which means one wave is canceling out the other totally. Okay? Huh? I'm sorry? I probably wouldn't be that critical on that because you got the concept behind it. Okay, short lesson. No reason why this shouldn't get done. Due on Friday though, because this is Wednesday, but don't wait. Your homework, 7.1 and quiz 13, or preparing for quiz 13 on Friday. Okay? Well, actually, quiz Quiz 13's tomorrow. You have the review sheet in your packet, okay? Quiz 13 tomorrow. Sorry, I was going to let you know ahead of time. Actually, let's do this, okay? Okay, Elijah, hold off with the sharpener just a minute. Class, Doug, guys, trying to give you an instruction here, let you know. I always like to give you at least a couple days to review for your quizzes. So we'll do the quiz on Friday, okay? So quiz 13 is Friday, but you have the review sheet in your packet, so it will not be open book, okay? So DLs, that's it for today. Work on those 7.1, get it done, and reading pages 166 to 170, okay? We shall see you later. Waving goodbye.
Can I put my water bottle?
Yes.
All right, welcome to Algebra 1. Couple quick things. First of all, today I have passed out progress reports. Distance learners, I'll try to send them out today, but you guys can see your grade book anyway. So go in, look at your grade book. I am mostly caught up. Now, real quick, listen up. I'm talking, you're not. Thank you. Okay, now, real quick note. You'll notice the reviews are blank. That's because I haven't graded them yet, okay? But I got caught up on everything else. So your homework is in there, your tests are in there, your quizzes are in there, okay? So that's your current grade as of right now without the reviews, because I didn't grade the reviews yet because those you can earn bonus on, so I haven't gotten that far, okay? So that's the thing. If you're a distance learner, look in the grade book. Your grade should be at least more accurate, but I haven't graded the reviews yet, okay? So that is the one thing to pay attention to there. Real quick, hold on, man. Let me talk. I might answer your question. Okay? That's how it works. And then I'll take questions. I always do. All right? So, first of all, for those of you here, you've been handed it on paper. Parents, please sign return by Friday. You have until, so you guys have 2 nights in case you forget tonight. Okay? Because I understand life happens. All right? And then zeros have been highlighted in pink. If you get them to me by Monday, I'll take it. Okay? I know I said I wasn't going to take late work, but then I had a ton of late work. So, just to avoid the hypocrisy, you guys have until Monday to get zeros in for credit. Real quick note, a lot of your homework ended up being completion grades because I needed to get caught up quickly. So I basically looked to see if you turned it in. Okay, so anytime you have a completion grade that's been passed back to you, it'll just be checked. Or on Google Classroom, you'll notice I just threw down 100s.
And I thought it was a glitch or something, and I was like, oh.
No, that was me getting caught up, and y'all did the work, so y'all should get credit for it. So on those types of assignments, you got either 100 or a 0. So, yeah. Anyway, just maybe turn in your homework. No, it just is collapsed. It's just collapsed. It's just not showing anything. I only showed you guys the grades. Okay, moving on. That one wouldn't show up in my class anyway because we have a separate discipline class. You know what? We're not getting into it. All right, so zeros have to be turned in by Monday. If you guys need a copy of this because this is due before those zeros, feel free to take a picture or make a copy at home. That's fine. I just need this signed and returned by Friday, all right? We good? Okay. So if you do not turn stuff in by Monday, it is a permanent 0, okay? So just mentioning that. But I am mostly caught up. I'm working on getting the rest of the way caught up this week, but if I wait until I'm 100% caught up, I'll never send anything home. So this is as good as it's getting for right now. And then you guys can see it on My School Works. Again, this is the official grade book. Google Classroom will always be slightly off. There's nothing I can do about that, so this is the official one. Yes?
Can I check Google Classroom to see when my missing assignments is there?
Yes, that's fine. All right. Past that, today is just quiz 12 over 4.1. Distance learners, you've already been sent that information this morning. I think if I missed anyone, please send me a text or email or a message on My School Works, and I'll get you the code there. But that should be it. I think I got everyone, but I'm not entirely sure. So just double check. If you don't have that information on My School Works, let me know, and I'll get it to you as soon as I can. All right. But today is quiz 12. Distance learners, please take it today. I know sometimes there's a little bit of grace, but I do want to get a good picture of how everyone's doing so far in 4.1. So please make sure you get that taken today. There's no homework. There's no lecture. This is it. All right. I'll see you guys later.